says we're live. Alright, let me get this open on YouTube so that I can do this a little more efficiently. Where did YouTube go? God damn it. There we go. Okay. Holy crap. Loud this time. Alright guys, today we're going to be working on drawing the next installment for the Summertime Waifu series, which is basically a little series I'm running on my YouTube channel right now, which is basically where I spin a wheel to determine, by random chance, some random waifu of my choice that it lands on. I draw that in a summertime setting and environment, blah 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 blah. And this one is going to be interesting because this is a character I've never even attempted. So yeah, this should definitely be an interesting one. So I've thought about the pose that I want her in, and I think I know what I'm going to do. So the first thing I technically need to do is not the character. You're about to find out who it is, because I always put these under folders, otherwise it will get lost pretty fast. Yep, Kuching from Genshin Impact. Okay, so I want to actually go above that. Actually, technically be below. And I just want to put the background first. So I gotta think about this. I need to turn on the stabilizer. I'm at the right... Yes, I'm at the right size, the right color. Okay. So, essentially I'm just gonna kind of go something like... Because I want her kind of sitting on the edge of, like, a sandy beach. I mean, something like that would work as a placeholder. Oh, there's one more thing I need to turn off, and that's this stupid feature. That will work. So now we have a background. So that would be our beach edge. So I'm going to put that underneath her because that's just where I like to order things. So now I have a reference for how big she needs to be. And the pose that I'm planning here is to make it so that she's looking back. Like she's sitting on the edge of the beach, but she's looking back at the viewer. So hopefully this isn't too difficult. It shouldn't be, but you never fucking know, man. Alright, so let's dive in. Alright. So I would want her about like right here-ish. And we always just start with the head to determine where everything goes. Why is there something clear over there? I don't know. Actually, the thing I should probably start with first, and this is fine too. Okay, so we're just gonna start with the head, and then what we gotta do is probably the most important part of drawing a character in general. We have to put a line for the body outline. Yes, I know, it looks weird, but trust me when I say it is your best friend. Why is my stabilizer thing not very punchy today? Let's put it at about an 8. That should work. Okay. Actually, wouldn't she be lower? I think she'd be lower. Well, her back would definitely be like, okay, if you're sitting down like that, Yeah, you're flat. So we're just gonna kind of do something like that for now. Just kind of maneuver that into place. Okay. So now that we have a position for the head and the outline of the back, now we can start putting her together. So this shouldn't be that difficult of a pose, but then again, I've been wrong before. So now I've got to think. If she's looking back, I think she'd be looking over the shoulder. Didn't I do one like this before, just recently? Yeah, wasn't it the 7 golden waifus or whatever it was called? Chrome, hello, where are you? There's Chrome. Okay, let's see. Okay. I think it was this one. But that's standing. When you're sitting, you're putting a little bit more pressure on that arm, so your shoulder kind of goes up over your face a little bit. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out in a bit. Okay, so let's just start somewhere, I guess. What is that? Okay, there's not that many. There we go. And usually how I go about this is I just kind of draw something and then work on fixing it as I go. So that's where the neck would go. Then on this side, it would go, I think, along the lines of something like that. Yes, the head is huge right now, but that's okay. Yeah, we'll just go something like that for now. Because the next step is really, the next step is really where we start to get more of a body structure. Okay, now I just gotta figure out how to do it. I can never remember this. Okay, actually I gotta go back to 4 for just a second. Bring that guy up just a little bit more. Curve it out just a little bit. Again, we don't have to be perfect because the majority of this is all going to just be covered by hair anyway, so it's not that big of a deal if it isn't perfect. Okay. We're just kind of getting a structure for now. And with this pose, it does take a minute to get it. Okay, we got it. And sometimes the stabilizer makes that very difficult. Well, okay. I know the arm on this side will be like over the shoulder. Maybe something like that, pretty much. Kind of. Like I said, I'm just kind of trying to get the body to where it looks like a body somewhat. And then we'll focus on really constructing the body. Okay. Whoops. The body comes down like that. And then on this side, I think it'd be kind of the same deal. Maybe a little different. If you can't tell, I'm not really used to drawing this angle that much. That is for a good reason. Oh yeah, way too short of a shoulder. So you guys are definitely going to see me struggle. No. But it's just a matter of getting everything into place, getting everything to connect correctly, and then boom. The head is really what's throwing me off right now. Because this would just be the body structure. The arms would be, the first arm would be like on the outside right there. There would be no arm on this side because it's obscured. Unless she's like waving back or something like that. And then when we get to the area where the curves are, basically, that's where it leads to the lower areas. So good morning, everyone. Alright. Okay, when you're sitting, your butt's flat. But it does go out somewhat like that, I believe. It's just a matter of getting everything to behave. Like my pen, who wants to be a dick right now. And my hand, who also wants to be a dick. That'll work for a minute. Okay, so your butt comes up like that. So on this side, that's where we got a match. I think it's concave in like that and comes down like that, something like that. Okay, let's try and get this correct. So there's those damn curved lines. You guys are definitely going to see me struggle because I am not used to doing this pose that much. Nor am I not used to this orientation. Okay. Look, my way of drawing is basically you just kind of put placeholders and fix it as you go. Okay, curves are off a little bit. That is okay. But I am starting to see a body. I think the torso's a little too large. Right. Then the butt would be just a flat little pancake. But now we have a somewhat structure. For a start. One thing that's definitely thrown me off a little bit. Okay, so this side needs to be a little bit more outward, I think. And that's not too bad, it just looks off. But I know why it looks off. That would be because of the guideline. So now we gotta reconfigure this guy. Alright, layer. So that goes down like that. Then your spine dips, goes out like that. A little too far out. Okay. Now we've got a spine line. Yeah, I think that there's a few issues, and that's that this side is really off. Well, the curves don't match up for sure, so. Okay, seriously. I'll get this, guys. It's just gonna take me a minute because I'm so not used to doing this. I know I've got the structure right, it's just getting the shaping and all that to match up. Okay. Still think her butt's a little flat, but like this side definitely needs a lot more plump. Like if this was a front-facing one where I can see her face and didn't have to do the back part, this would be going. We would be so much further. But that's okay. All right. Now I need to go back to 2 so I can get this spine line a little bit more accurate. The fuck? I swear this thing has a mind of its own when it wants to. Okay. Nope, too high up. Okay, I can tell that's really stiff. It's just a matter of getting everything to line up perfectly. But that's not a bad start. She is small, but again, that's the beauty of whatchamacallit, digital art. You can literally just go back and fix it later. Okay. So the arm, if she's looking back, would be like right here, pretty much. I do think that the head is throwing me off by just a little bit. So the arm would connect like right there. Nope. That's where the elbow would be. It's very confusing just because of how the head is positioned here. Okay. Okay, let's not work on that yet. For one thing, that's not how the neck works here. The neck would be more like right there. Because I want her looking back, but yeah, I'm not really used to drawing this one. So join me on the struggle, guys, because it's about to get struggly. Okay, let's get that midpoint correct. Actually, she's looking back. Okay, let's actually get the head shape right first. So I do need a center point, so I can see what I'm doing. Like I said, this is going to be a weird fucking one, but it's not easy. And this circle is mostly here just as a reference. I need to look up a reference, actually. Because wouldn't it be like she looks back like that, basically? And that'd be the front of her face. think I got a better idea. Where's it? Let's get rid of you. Hang on, did I do that right? I did not do that right. Okay, let's get rid of you. Let's go here and actually get a more accurate size for the head. Too small. Something more like that, yep. Okay. I'll just maneuver that to place. Say about right there. Okay. Now what I need to do is I need to have the front of the face, because if she's looking back, her face is basically side-angled. And to do that, you would have to go something along these lines. Whoa. This is not an easy pose to do, guys, so just bear with me. Okay, that makes it look like she's looking out. So that's interesting. I do not know why, but my hands are a shaky motherfucker this morning. Yeah, she looks like she's looking up, but we can adjust that. It's just kind of a starting point, so we can maneuver this where we want it. That's why I love digital artwork. You can cheat. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Now I can actually see the picture that I'm trying to represent. But her chin is way too far down. Nope. Okay, let's try that again. This part of the face I always struggle with, so just bear with me, guys. I think I've got her face a little too far down, if I'm being honest. Nose to mouth ratio. Oh, that's about right. Did I do it again? No, I know what's going on. The face isn't curved enough. It needs to come out like that. There we go. Hopefully it doesn't make her look like a Toucan Sam kind of thing going on. Drawing the structure and all that stuff is the easy part, for me personally. It's when you get to add in the details like hair and stuff where it gets difficult. Okay, now I have a visual representation of somewhat what I'm trying to draw. And Kuching has like twin tail style going on. Okay. That's pretty damn close, I would say. Now we've just got to fix everything that we need to fix. Like I said, my way of drawing is more like placeholder for now, then we fix it later. So she's turned around, her chin would be, I guess, more like that. Yeah, it'd connect like that. Because, excuse me. Just trying to figure things out, guys, and I think I can see problem. Why did it not switch? It's not my fault, I swear. constructing this part is all about just patience, perseverance, and just taking your time. It's also just a matter of figuring things out slowly but surely. But as you can see, something is starting to come into the visual. It's just a matter of just dinking around until you figure it out. I'd say that's about right. The neck looks wider from this angle because of how your neck is turned. A lot more skin underneath the chin is revealed. So, does he have anything on it? I don't think so. Nope. Now I can very confidently move on to her arm. So right now it just kind of looks like she's tucked. So we want that arm to go kind of off to the side. And this is where things get a little on the tricky side. Okay. Getting somewhere. Okay, that's about where the elbow would connect. Your elbow's like a little diamond shape. And it's one of the most frustrating things to draw. And then your forearm. It's like a curved tube. Maybe if I can get the fucking lines to line up. I know people do things differently, but not me. This is just my way that I have adapted. Okay, her arm looks broke. But that's okay. We'll fix as we go. It's all about trial and error, guys. Okay, now I've got to figure out where her hand would actually be touching. That's a tricky part. Well, I know how the hand would be posed, so your thumb would be on the outside. So let's make a separate layer for the hand. Make sure that there's actually enough room. There is not. That arm needs to be just a smidge longer. Oh, the stabilizer. It can either be your best friend or it can be your enemy at times. Okay. That's about the right length for your forearm. Okay. Now we can move on to the hand. So the hand would be, let's see. Come down. It's something along the lines of that, like where it just comes down and curves out. Okay, I gotta turn on the intensity on my stabilizer quite a bit. How does this thing keep doing this? I swear. Because for some reason the stabilizer just hates curved lines. Yeah, we have to curve down. It's kind of like a foot. Well, let's just start with something. So this would be your pinky. smallest finger. Okay, let's just start experimenting around. Well, it's too small for one thing. I'll tell you that. Again, we'll just kind of toy around with it as we go. Wait a minute. If your hand is laying flat, you would barely see those, but because of the angle, like I said, guys, it's just a matter of playing around with it until something happens. Okay, anyway, stabilize your back. Let's go to 7. And 10s are never easy to figure out. Just a matter of getting the shaping correct and all that stuff. Okay, that's not too bad. It's just not right. But that's okay. That is very similar to a foot structure, which is weird. Oh, you ignorant cocksucker. Sorry, guys. Just slightly annoying when you're trying to get something, you get that perfect line, and yeah, yeah. You wouldn't see the thumb. I do think that this part right here is a little too flat. How does this keep happening? I mean, that kind of looks right. Except this finger is definitely not the right shaping. It's too big. It's too bulky. But now that we've got the basis and a structure, now we can work around it. And the best way to get fingers the right shape is just, yeah. Just playing around until something happens. Okay, now you're really starting to piss me off. Not only that, you've also got to get those lengths very correct. Otherwise, the hands are just not going to look right. Now, like, this is a certain focal point, but it's still important. The focal point is mainly going to be like the background and the character's face. There we go. That looks more like a hand. I still think it might be a little too small though. Then again, I haven't really gotten the size ratio correct yet. let me think. And the structure and all that stuff is correct. It's just a matter of the size ratio. And the way that I remember how you draw hands and like size is that your hand covers a lot of your face. If you put your hand up to your face, it covers the majority of it. But we don't really know the actual sizing of her head yet. So maybe I'll come back to this later and see about it then. I also don't think that the excuse me. I also don't think that the arm is in the right spot. I mean, that does work, but let's see. I think it needs to be more that kind of shape. Like going up like that. So I put the hand and the arm on different layers. Let me try this. And this is the best way to determine if your hand is big enough or not. Your hands, your feet, holy fuck, that's a big hand. That's about 9 pixels. That seems more like the accurate size. And it honestly doesn't look any different. I don't know, guys. It's hard to tell right now. It's not even the real focal point, so I'm not too worried about it if it's not too perfect. Okay. So the other arm, you wouldn't see. Let's see, where's the... Actually, no, I need that. I need that before I do anything. I mean, I could. I would say that's pretty suitable for a hand right now. Let me see if I can cheat. I've definitely never done it this way. I need to look up a reference. Yeah, because that don't look right. It's the right structure, it's just the matter of getting all of it to connect right. And, yeah, that's not necessarily easy. For one thing, this guy needs to be connected to here. Oh, turn my stabilizer back on because my hands are shaky as fuck. Wrong. When you're sitting back, say it's just you erase this and it's on the outside. That's definitely not how the arm connects. We're just learning as we go, guys. Because this is a pose I have never attempted. So there are bound to be problems. I've done ones where they're looking back at you, but usually I don't really go very fancy with like the hands and stuff. I need a reference. I can't figure out how the anatomy works on this one. And because I'm not used to it, so let's see. Looking back at the viewer. Let's just try something like that. How does the arms work in this angle? I think a lot of it's just going to be obscured by hair, so I don't really think it matters that much, but it does to me. That's a good reference. But her hair is obscuring it. And Kuching mostly has twin tails, so there is a chance it could just cover it. But I don't know, it's too hard to determine right now. How does the arm connect to the opposite side from that angle? I think that the arm isn't visible. And if it is visible, it's barely visible. What the hell? Why are you turning that way? Whoops. Okay. Get the right color first. Is it like that? Yep, that looks pretty close. I'm looking at a reference right now. So I think that looks pretty good. If I erase this one, but I still need that because I still gotta draw a front. I'm not sure if there's any that are gonna be visible. But in that case, I think this is something that I tend to do a lot, and that's draw back a little too wide from this angle. I said, guys, this is just kind of my art process, so patience. That might actually work. Let me see. Okay, I gotta reconnect. That's okay. It all depends on when I erase that, what it looks like. Whoop. Okay, let me erase this part of her body. Just to see. I think we've got something. I think we've got something. Not too shabby. Okay, but I still need that one, so I'm gonna keep it. Now comes the next part, her front. So the way I usually do this, and Kuching's not a really big chested lady, is I just draw it as I would have seen it from the front. That shoulder wasn't there. Usually the best way to determine this angle, chin lines up with your collarbone. Just imagine that. Okay, those are way too big for her. I know Kuching's not a very big chested lady. She's pretty tiny. Well, she's not tiny. She's just not big. If you get my drift. Okay, that's not too bad. But again, too big. Can we please stop with this? I have my own crap, please, and thank you. Okay. It's definitely not the right shaping. God, no. YouTube will flag me for that shit. I have to turn on the snappiness of my thingamajiggy stabilizer. I don't think that's right, but we're gonna try it and just see what happens. Nope, think it needs to go just a little bit more higher. How did I get back on this? I swear. This thing has a mind of its own. It's because I sometimes have to undo and it takes me off the wrong layer. Yeah, I'd say more about like right there. Because Kuching's not a big breasted lady, she's pretty small. About medium size, I would say. Okay. Let me get rid of the background so we can see this without any lines obscuring it. Let's do this. Okay. A little too tall. So we need to go a little bit more lower than that. Oh, okay, it's just connected to the other arm. Okay. Just a little lower. Because she will be wearing a bikini, so they are supported. Something like that might work, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell right now. Okay. Still can't help but think that it doesn't... Well, then again, when I add the features to the face, it'll probably fix that issue. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. Yay, we're getting somewhere. Alright. Now what? Well, considering we're not doing a lot of the other places, I guess we can just move on to her face? Okay, for that I need a reference of Kuching. Because I do not remember her, like her eye shape or anything. I remember her colors. Her color palette's really easy. Kuching. Kuching from Genshin Impact. I think she's got very sharp eyes. Yeah, they're very rectangular. Rectangular with like rounded edges on the outside. But from side angle, now that's interesting. That is kind of interesting now, isn't it? From side angle, what would that be? I guess we just try something, because she isn't mean, but she's not like the type of person to be all sweet and cute, too. And I think we just kind of mess around until we find something. It's usually how it goes. And the eyes from side angle kind of look like headlights. Can't get off eraser, please. Get off eraser. Okay, a little too flat on the top. So I would say let's do something like maybe that might work for Kuching. Let's erase this line. Let's do it again. Come on. Okay, that's not too shabby for Kuching, but I don't know. The shaping kind of looks not Kuching at the same time. Okay, gotta put the eye in the right spot, which I would believe be about maybe right there. This is where it really is going to determine if everything is in the right place. So there's her eyeballs. Or eyeball, I should say. Okay, what about her eyelashes? Eyelashes are pretty standard 1, 2, 3 eyelash style. So we just draw a curved line. Like so. Oh god, no, 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 no. Depending on how that comes out. Okay. Let's get this guy a little bit more curvature so it looks like it's actually connecting. Okay. That's good for Kuching. Okay. Oh, her eyes are gonna be a pain in the ass. Okay, for this... usually just use the oval tool. So she's looking back, her eye would be like right there. I mean, yeah, that works. Just gotta make sure I get the size and all that stuff correct. Can I get an eraser, please? That is annoying. Side angle ain't that bad, it's just tedious as fuck. Okay. Now we give her an eyelash. Or eyebrow, whatever it's called. Let's see, that would be just kind of a cute little... Can I get off of this, please? That'd be a cute little, like, I don't know, curious one? I don't know. Yeah, lots of zooming in and out, guys, so... Okay. Now her mouth. I don't want... I just kind of want to go in... What the... Oh, hi there. Kind of something like that. Yeah, something that's that might work. Okay, how does the tongue work here? What is that? I'll get that later. Okay, the tongue I think goes something like that. No. More curved. Okay. Eyes are too high. You take those down. So we can just... Okay. I can't combine all those just yet. I'm not really happy with their... Whoops. I'm not really happy with, Okay, 8. I'm not really sure if I'm happy with the shaping of the eye, so... Just gonna take my time. What wrong place? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, then this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. For now, that's okay. I mean, it does kind of look somewhat accurate. Okay. Now her ear. So the ear connects to about right where the chin meets the, where the jawline. Where the jawline meets the back of the head. What the fuck? Nope. Did I make it too big? Okay, where's my transform tool? Something along those lines. Whoa. Okay, stabilizer's just going off. Here, there, the snappiness of it is going to turn down. Okay, that might work. Don't like the shaping of that, but again, just a lot of trial and error. No. Okay, ear, why are we being a butt? Doesn't she have... I don't think she has earrings. Oh, she does. They're like little petals, basically. Oh god, this is going to be asymmetrical, or symmetrical, isn't it? Okay, well, let's put that on a different layer. So it looks like they connect directly to the earlobe. Smaller. Mm-mm. No. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Why did I just copy paste? I should have just copy pasted. No. It's not that big. Okay, that might not be that bad. Problem is, those aren't connected now. Okay, just kind of getting the structure of it. Then we're just going to kind of go something like that. Not with the eraser. And go something like that. Yeah, it'll probably get obscured by hair anyways. So I don't think it's really too much of a worry. Oops. Eraser, please. Thank you. Yeah, that's else. Okay. I think we're to the fun part, which is the part that can either be the easiest and funnest part, or the worst and most tedious part. But let me erase this crap first. And that would be... Oh, I need to add one more thing to her back. That was 7, right? Yes. That would be her, whatever they're called, shoulder blades. Okay, how does this work? When your shoulder goes up, they go down, I think. So when you pull up, that they go up. So when you're resting and you're... Nope, they go up. So if she's resting like this, they'd just be kind of resting. So shoulder blades aren't difficult, they're just little L's, pretty much. Okay, that's definitely not the right angle. Alright, let's do this one first. Oh, I still gotta add her legs. Whoopsies. How does this keep happening? I swear, this thing has a mind of its own. Okay, that's a proper placement for that. But now... what if I did this? Pen, hello, thank you. I don't know, guys. Anywho. Again, this is just kind of placeholder stuff. We can fix it later if it's a problem. Okay, what am I doing? Oh yeah, her legs. Her legs would just be... Ooh. That's actually a whole different kind of can of worms. Okay. First I'm gonna have to think of how she would even be sitting. I would imagine like with her knees like bent. Or not bent, but with her side turned a little bit. So the knees would be like right over here in this area. Let me just make sure I'm not on any sort of layer that's going to get interfered with. I'm just going to test the waters here. Just put some mimic knees. Okay, that's definitely not right. Ooh-wee. Reference time. Yep, definitely not used to this. Okay. I need one where the legs are slightly turned. Can I please just select this, for God's sakes? And this is probably just all about perspective. Seriously, why? You tried it again, you little bastard. And I could just go with the legs out. But I do kind of want to mess around with it a little bit. Trying to get better at artwork and not worse. Trying to really challenge myself. Okay. That's definitely not how the thighs connect. I remember my first time trying a back pose, and I hated drawing the legs. The legs were the pain. It did it again! Stop! My fingers must be touching it or something. Just trying to figure this out, guys. This is not easy. And I think the key to that is just to really just try different things. Like what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the other leg bent. Okay, let's put this on a different layer then. The perspective part is just the trickiest part. Okay, it's on its own layer, right? Yes, okay. Oh yeah, this is definitely a perspective thing. Let me get this a little more snippy. So that'd be the thigh going up. You guys are gonna see me fix this damn thing like a gazillion times a stream, guaranteed. Okay, now I've gotta learn how this anatomy works. Because that would be basically this, the knee, and then it would go down. But how that works, that's a great question. No. This is a tricky one. This is a tricky one, fellas. This is not going to be an easy one. Let's try a different approach. What time is that? It's the perspective. It's 100% the perspective. I don't feel like this should be this difficult, but for some reason it's being that difficult. Like this. Well, that's how you would cross the leg over. Yeah, now it looks like her leg's broke. I feel like I'm really just overdriving this. Like, these angles are the hardest motherfuckers. Okay, I feel like we're getting closer. We're still not right. Yep, it's my finger. Oh, how annoying. Okay. I don't want to lose my damn mind. Okay, now I gotta figure out... Oh, right. Pfft. Let's just connect this one. And then we'll work on getting that done again. Okay, I do remember this being kind of tricky. Like, there's a little curve for under the butt. And then this just connects like a curve would. Pretty much. It's a tricky pose, I'm not even gonna lie. I also think the connection to the butt is wrong, but and I know why. Because it would connect to the basically your butt crack. What is that? Go away. let's get the connection correct. Then I gotta go do a dog, so maybe that'll let me come back and be a little less, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, confused. Okay, there's one boot crack. Let me just kind of go out like that. Okay, that wasn't too tedious, thank God. Again, YouTube, it's just art. Do not flag me, please. That's not a real bot. Even though they show butts on fucking Family Guy, so. They show butts on SpongeBob. What am I talking about? That's why I really don't consider butts actual nudity. Unless it's like depicted as like being really raunchy. Okay, I think I know what the issue is here, and that's that her leg, I think, goes out just a little too far. Yeah, her butt's just too flat. Like, that's the thing. Her butt is just too flat. Oops. What was that on? So. Okay, let's try this connection then. Yeah, isn't there like a little connection to the butt cheek right there? I feel like we're getting closer to the mark. I do feel like we are getting closer to the mark here, but it's just a matter of figuring her out. There we go. Okay, finally. Okay, now that looks more like a leg. But, okay. So I'm imagining like tucked leg, and then the second one underneath. Going over like that. Nope. It'd be pretty obscure, wouldn't it? And if that's the case, would you see the feet? That's the ultimate question. Well, let's see. If that's the kneecap, like if that's the kneecap, then how far down would the leg actually go? Well, let's see. Probably be about right there. I feel like that's good enough to sell. Okay, now that she's taken care of. Is this anything? No. I know! Okay. Well, now I'm gonna go do my jog. I haven't gotten that far. So, let me just put this here. Maybe? My god, really? Stay. Okie doke. We're back and ready to... Yeah. Whoops. Okay, guys. Whew. Man, it is hot out. Okay, anyways. Where was I? Oh yeah, we just finished the body. So now we're going to start working on probably her hair. Okay, so I need to go back to my reference so I can tell what she looks like. Okay, she's not too difficult by any means. Phone, hello? And I don't have Genshin Impact downloaded anymore, so yeah, I'm gonna have to figure this out slowly but surely. Well, let's see. That's a good reference. For the hair, anyways. So her hair looks like it just is two twin tails that connect to two fixtures at the top of her head. And she's got like the spiky, like, spikes that come out from the side with the two ones that like line the face. So that's not necessarily going to be easy, but it's not also going to be impossible. Yeah, that works. Okay. So, from side angle, her hair's really not that difficult. But I do need to look at her from the side because, okay. Well, let me download these images so that I can actually get a good like representation. Coaching Genshin, we need side angle. That's a great one. Okay, so it's just a bunch of triangles. So from the front of her face, she has like these two ones that come down and connect to the front of her nose. So let's figure this out one step at a time. The fuck? Just gotta get the front of the face lined first. Okay. Then we have basically some triangle action going on. Okay, let's connect those actually correctly. Then one that goes down, kind of like that, towards her ear. And then we have the one that comes down and lines the face. It's not entirely accurate, but that's okay. We're not trying to be completely and utterly accurate. There's two of them. Okay, that's interesting. So there's one that comes down like that. This is very standard anime hairstyle. We still gotta treat it correctly with respect. Then it kind of goes out like that. It's like one of these weird things going on. Yep. Very similar to Carthea now that I think about it. Because she has these things on the side of her face too. That should be more accurate. Okay. Then the one that connects to the underside of that. In the reference it shows that, whoops. In the reference it's showing that it connects to the back of the ear, but we don't have to be 100% accurate here. How far down does that go? Only to past her chin. Okay, let's back that up just a little bit. Yep, more like right there. And again, this is our first try with her, so there's bound to definitely be struggle. Oops, wrong line. Something pretty damn close to that. And then the things on the top of her head. So let's actually make this a little bit more thin. Whoops. Could probably even push it out just a little bit further past the face. Probably a good idea. More to right there. Okay, then she has like this little spiky thing coming out from this one. Okay, angle of that is fine. Okay, now I just gotta figure this out. Okay, we're gonna move to a different layer. Because it says that would be the lining to the back of the head. Just gotta figure out where that actually connects and how it forms to the head. Goes back further than that. It's the only trick about drawing the twin tail hairstyle, and that is just the matter of getting the head shape correct. Is this where I connect the thing? The cusp? Okay, I actually forget where it connects from the single. I want to say it connects to like right there. Let's just try it, I guess. Stop. Okay, top of the head, way too large. So, oh yeah, way too large. So, interesting. I think the cusp needs to come back just a little bit more. Whatever that divot is in your head. I call it the cusp, the cross section, the dip. That might look a little bit more correct. Okay. That might work. Let me see if I can just turn that layer off now. Sure. Okay. But we're not done yet. We certainly are not done yet. We need to still add our twin tails. So those things are like two little triangles. This is very similar to drawing Yvonne, honestly. They're two little triangles. They kind of look like cat ears, but they're not. Now it's going to start looking like Kuching. Now it's 100% going to start looking like Kuching because now we're adding one of the key details that defines her character. Not her character design. So it is twin tails, but it's also not twin tails at the same time. No, that is actually interesting. Okay. Now let's connect the hair. So the hair wraps around and comes off. It's a fixture, so I wouldn't connect like that. Yep, now it's definitely starting to look more like Kuching. Okay. Any specifics to her twin tails? Not that I can think of. Oh, they're just curling. Okay. Okie doke. Simple enough, I guess. Okay, let's actually make them look like they're actually, like, floating in the air, because that's kind of how it works with these kinds of things. Yeah. I think it would connect to the back of the head. down do those things actually go? I know they don't go down too far. They go like to probably midway down her back, so they probably wouldn't be that long. That works perfect. Okay, now we've just got to get the other one. I would say that looks like Kuching now. Honestly, it does. It looks an awful lot like her. But here's where we can get a little creative, I guess you could say. Is the entire thing? So for the other side, I'd kind of want something like that. Maybe something like that's better. Okay, let's connect the ends. Okay. What is that? That's a good question. What is that? Let me guess, a random thing that I made by doing something like this? Probably. Okay, I think we can get rid of the midline now. Yeah, I think we're to basically the creative state now where we're actually going to start having a little bit more fun. Famous last words. Okay. So underneath her floopy thing, this thing. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to add some hair lines, so it looks like they're wrapping around. Yeah, it'll sell. Stop. Okay. I think for the most part, her hair is nearly done. Now we just need to add one more little detail. And that is the bow tie that is underneath. Bow ties necessarily aren't that difficult. This one is a little different. Okay, I'm making it a little too big. Okay, it's too sharp at the top. So that's the trickiest thing for bow ties for me, is just trying to make them not look like they've got pointed ends. I'm not sure if this even counts as a bow tie, honestly, looking at it. It looks more like a hair, fixture, hairpiece, some kind of something like that. So maybe it's actually more of a fixture than anything. Okay, then if that's the case, I'm just going to start over with those. Okay, so it comes in like that. Curves down. Like it looks like a bow tie, but it's not, I guess. Okay. Rather than go through the fun process of symmetry, no thanks. I'd rather just do this. Okay. Not terrible. Let's just move it into place. So it's like right here. Yeah, I think this is more of a hairpin. So it has like this oval thing going on the inside. Like I said, I think we're to the just the creative process. Okay, that's a little tricky. Don't ask me what any of these symbols mean. I have no idea. Again, not gonna bother with asymmetrical bullshit. You can't tell I am not a fan of symmetry. I hate it. That'll suffice enough. Okay, so what I need to do now is I need to erase. Well, actually, I don't need to erase anything. I just need to turn that off. Oh, how now she has no spine. That's a problem. Actually, I'll just erase it. I don't need it anymore. I think I'm good. It's 22. Now this is where we pray to God everything just fits. The, this is probably the most nerve-wracking part. It's just erasing all of your guidelines. Or not your guidelines, all of like the details that are hidden underneath everything. So yeah, it's kind of nerve-wracking, to say the least. Especially if when you erase it and you notice something is off. You're like, ah, fuck, now I gotta undo everything and I gotta go fix that. I've gotten very good at not doing that because I'm using, I'm being more efficient with my artwork and all that stuff. But that said, it still does happen. Alright, here. It's down. Let's put the earring, right? Yep. So much for that earring we worked on. Alright, that's the chin. Okay. I think I see a problem. Luckily, it's not that hard to fix. We just got a little too much hair on the back of her head. Really? Or I'm just overthinking it. Which is also a very valid thing that I could be doing. Because I tend to do it a lot. I think a lot of artists can agree that it is a common thing that artists do a lot. That does look better. Yeah, I think we've just got the head a little too large. Like I said, most nerve-wracking part is just erasing everything that looks perfect, and then you erase it, and you're like, ah, fudge. Well, I gotta go fix that now. But luckily, this ain't that hard of a fix. Oh yeah, that ain't that bad at all. Everything else looks pretty decent. Okay, now our chin. It'll probably be when I add color, like when I start to see issues with the body, because for some reason I just feel the body is still a little bit off. But then again, maybe when I add color, it'll probably do the thing. Maybe, just maybe, it will, you know, it'll do the thing that I want it to do. I don't know. I don't like how much open space there is. So there's probably going to have to be something that fills the void over here, like maybe an umbrella or something. Either that or I could just make the canvas size smaller. Ow. I don't know. We'll worry about. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I do like her position. So I do feel comfy with just erasing this line going through her, so I can see a lot more accurately. Again, YouTube, not a real person, artwork. There's no need to freak out. Nor is anything really showing except a butt crack, which you see on Family Guy and SpongeBob. Cartoons designed for kids, by the way. Okay. Yeah, it's the structure on this side that does not look right to me. This doesn't look... I don't think this bumps like that. Then again, I don't know. Yeah, it needs to follow the curvature of the actual body itself. But now I gotta get that correct. Like I said earlier, you always notice the issues later. You're like, oh, it's perfect. And then all of a sudden, oh, nope, that's wrong. Nope, that's wrong. Nope, that's wrong. That's just the life of being an artist, I guess. The joy. Okay, let's connect the arm. Nope, definitely not that kind of curvature. It's not like that. There's something still off about it. I want to say it has to do with this. Like, the anatomy of this does not look right. And I think I had the right idea. It was just I had like a 50-50, like correct and not correct ratio going on. But hey, we're figuring it out together, I guess. But that's another thing. The shoulders almost look a little too flat. So I feel we've got the shoulder anatomy kind of wrong, and it needs to be more like that, like where it's got a dip. Like those shoulders need to have some physics. Hmm? Another thing is this. Yeah, the shoulder is too flat. Can I get an eraser? Oh my god. Eraser, please. Thank you. So that would need to dip, come up like that, and out like that. But my stabilizer is going to make it hell for me. Let's see if something like this might work. We're getting there. I also think it has something to do with her shoulder blade as well. Like the shoulder blade doesn't look natural. I think it needs to be curved more. Yeah, I think they need to be curved more. Okay, so I gotta figure out what track those are on. Oh god, which one? Size and shape are correct. It's just the actual, like, curvature of them. Okay. Now, are we getting somewhere? Just put those guys on some track. I know there's a trick for this, and I just can't remember how it works. Oh, anatomy's fun. I actually hate it. I almost feel like it points out a little too far. Like it's not at the right angle. So what I gotta do is get it at the right angle. Like more something like that, maybe. Okay, not that bad. I also think the spine is just a little too long. Here, there, it's not curved right. Which could also be a thing. Really? Let's try that. Maybe that might work. Okay. Next, we give her some clothing. Which we really don't have to do much. because I'm just planning to put her in a pretty standard... Wait, no, I actually plan to put her in a pretty, oh god, how do you draw that? It has been a minute since I've seen that. That was Art Fight. Jesus, yeah, that's almost a year ago. And I do not remember the name of the character. What is it? It was like Mila or something like that? Actually, no, let's go like this. Art Fight. Okay, not that one. Not that one. Law. You're lying. There's more. I know there is. What are you fucking talking about? I want to say her name was like Mila or something like that. My god, look at me go. Mila Farura. Okay. So this will be interesting. So it's basically a crop top kind of... Well, not crop top, but... Goes across like that. Okay, come on. Get this right. Then the skirt would just basically go around as normal. Well, it's not really a skirt, it's more of a swimsuit. So we have the things on the arms that... God, fuck me. Nope. Okay. Okay, that looks a little too bulgy. Needs to line up more with its other friends here. Fucking hell. always curves with this goddamn stabilizer tool. Because I'm trying not to spend too much time on it, but I gotta be careful. Oh wait, I'm drawing it wrong. You stupid. So, yeah, it's more like that kind of deal. There we go. Okay, finally. Okay, let's bring that. Copy. Paste. Just do it the easy way so we're not here forever. Okay, so that's her little arm fixture things. I don't know what you would call these. Okay. Okay, I actually need to start over on this guy. Not that guy. I don't know why, but my brain was just not wanting to be a brain there. Actually, I'm going to put that on a different layer. So when it comes to erasing, we aren't... Yeah. How do I make that float, actually? No. This is a tricky one. Getting all the connections to like represent what I'm drawing is not necessarily being the easiest. Can we stop at the invisible lines, please? Okay, that's something, I guess. Be more like right there. Oh my god. Not an eraser. Okay, interesting. Okay. It's something. Okay, now the bottom, which is just a kind of just a skirt, honestly. Is that a different layer? It is, okay. Sorry guys, my hands are not wanting to behave today, for some reason. Oh, what my fucking god. Looks like I'm gonna have to do it this way. Just one step at a time. Okay. I've just gotta figure out how this works. Okay. So it's basically a skirt that comes down like that off her butt. Okay, definitely know that's not right, but we're just learning as we go. Really? Okay. So this part right here that's connected to the leg, definitely not right. I think it's more it comes down like that and goes up like maybe that. Then if I just give her some curves. Okay, that is definitely not my curvature. Really? Okay, I just think that there needs to be a little bit more of a like physics to the actual skirt. So the skirt would lay down like that, flat on the ground. Give it a little bit of curve just to kind of give it some physics. Oh, good Lord Almighty. Sometimes this is just what you gotta do. You just gotta really experiment around until you figure it out. Oops. Oops. Okay. Let's actually get these curves correct. Maybe something like that might work. Okay, now the front. Could you kindly move? Thank you. Yeah, we could just put that in full color. It's no big deal. Okay. Okay. There's something I've got to do because of DeviantArt before I even get anywhere. So, 22. What is this? 20. Okay, guys. Let's do this real quick because my DeviantArt is not safe for work, so that's not for here. We're just gonna make a copy of Kuching. Paster. It's gonna take a sec because that's a lot of layers. I'm just gonna close you off, then turn these guys back on. Okay, now we can start erasing stuff. Okay, get rid of this guy. Alright. So, I want this part right here at the bottom to be transparent, but the top does not have to be. Okay, we're gonna be here for just a minute because we've got to do this correctly. Excuse me. Well, if I'm making that transparent, she needs to have some undies underneath, so I don't know about that yet. Because I could see what it looks like with her having a skirt on. I think I'm just going to put a skirt that has full coverage. Rather not risk it with YouTube. This part actually hurts because of all the hard work you put into it. And now you're erasing all of your work. It does hurt a little bit, but you get used to it. I call it artist's grief. Okay, that's probably on 7. Because I've been here quite a few times. Okay. Okay. Get that back. I need to go back to... Is it this one? No, this one. I need to erase... Did I not say here? Yep, just connect that directly to the skirt itself. Because it does need to follow the curvature of the behind. Okay, now we can go do this. Okay, it's already looking good. I don't see why it wouldn't. Okay, that I think would just be a normal thing because your body curves, outline your clothes. Those wouldn't be there. Yeah, just kind of something you learn as you go. Like I figured out that can actually come down and connect to there. Okay, what's this? Got to erase that apparently. Yeah, that's what happens. Those are transparent, but these guys aren't. So, yep, now just begins the long process of just erasing all the lines we don't need. Why is this on a different layer? Oh, I hate when I do that. Hmm? 10. Really? Okay, so that is transparent, so you could see through it. That's all transparent too. Okay, so that is correct. Yep, you'd see that. You would see that. Coloring this is going to be a bitch, but that's the fun of it, isn't it? Okay. Let's give this guy some curves. Until the color is added, I can't really tell, honestly, if it's good or not. Oh, what row? Hang on a minute. What is going on here? Oh, I see what it was. I see what it was. So that needs to go there. And that needs to be erased. Very, very easy mistake to make. But what? Let's screw things up a little bit. Can we please stop with the random increase in brush size? My god. How many times have I done that this goddamn stream? One thing, it's gonna get annoying. Okay, that's what I need to do. So I connected that to the wrong line. It's fine. So this part right here would need to start from there. Nope, that would not be pointy. I don't know. It's hard to tell right now. I don't think it needs to go out that far. I think it's just a little curve like that. Mm-mm. Yep, okay. That's fixed. Okay, I want to give this some like pressure lines. That is not the right way. Okay. That's cute. I really like that. That's actually really fucking cute. Okay. Now for the ultimate moment of truth. Adding color. Actually, what I need to do first, because this is just basically going to be the C, is get the ruler, get it towards straight. Oh. That works. I know Kuching's color palette is not hard. It's like a lot of purples. Purples, violets. Okay. I just don't like how much area is right here. But then again, maybe that's where the sun can be. The light shines over onto her. Maybe that can be the thing. So, I don't know. Let's add color and let's find out. Well, I'm starting with her skin. Skin tones are usually about right here. That might be a little too dark. Nope, that's right. Yeah, I know the fingers aren't perfect, but they're perfect enough for me. They're not even the main focal point. The focal point, where are you looking? You're looking like right here. Actually, technically, if we go off of how your eyes perceive color, if the sun's over here, that's where this is where you start, then you follow this way. Color theory, guys. That's not really color theory, that's just color, like, how it works. how our eyes perceive light. We always see the brighter hues first, or the brighter colors first, then we see like the other colors. Our eyes are immediately attracted to bright colors. Where did I learn this? Photography class. Because you need to learn what people are going to look at in your pictures. Oh, see a line I forgot to erase. Right there. Where her nose is connecting to her face. There we go. Okay. Considering where we started, I'd say this is huge, a massive, massive, yeah. Okay, her tongue would be like a pink, probably maybe about that hue. And the right layer? Yes. Okay, it needs to be lighter than that. Smidge darker. There we go. Okay. Now her hair. Her hair is like a very pale purple, I think. Yeah, it's like a grayish. It's like grayish purple. So we'd go to the purples, we'd get into like the gray areas. Probably something close to that color. I could color drop, but I like the challenge. Or I could do the like color select thing, but I honestly think it's a lot more challenging if you challenge yourself to figure out the color palette yourself. Okay, it's too bright. So we need to bring that purples again. Probably something close to that. Maybe a little bit more. Right there is probably about where we're at. Okay. Now the fun part. I gotta figure out what contrasts well so the clothes match. Probably a black. Blacks, pinks. That's not really a Kuching style. Okay, so that'd be our clothing. So let's try maybe a dark purple and see what that might do. I'm gonna have to do multiple layers for the clothing because of the transparency. Oh, see, I missed a spot for the skin. Lighter. Okay, that matches her hair almost a little too much. So we need to go a little bit more brighter than that. Too bright, though. Nope, that's not the right hue. That work? No. Okay. Let's try this again. Yeah, it matches her hair too much. Maybe a gray might work? Again, I haven't added all the other colors yet, so I can always adjust this if I need to. Oops, see another spot I missed. Let me get this spot real quick. Nope, turn the stabilizer off. We do not need that right now. Get rid of that. Okay. Now the things on her arms, I would imagine those are like a gold. Does that match? Kind of. It does. Kinda, sorta. Okay, let's get all the base colors for the clothing first. That will work on the transparency. Mm-mm. Whoopsie. Mm-mm. Oh, see some other skin that I missed. Whoops. Okay, what color works here? That's a really good question. Oh, okay, that fucked up for a sec. I guess what I could do is just try... I think a black. I'm just going to try the color wheel rotation trick. And see what colors blend well together. She looks more like she's not relaxed and more like she's headed for a funeral. Ah, shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to put that on a different layer. It's okay. Let it be my first rodeo. Definitely not my first rodeo. Okay. Now, just kind of dink around and see what colors fit best. I mean, something like that works. Just kind of look around for different color hues. Ooh, a dark blue might be good. Blue and purple do contrast, so that makes sense. Not sure if I care for that hue of blue. Something like that might work just perfect. It's very close to her hair color, but it's slightly darker. Okay. I don't think we collapse those just yet. I do see something I do need to get rid of, which is this. Nope. Okay. Now the transparent stuff. Which I would just imagine is going to be like a white and with the transparency turned down. But we'll experiment with different colors too, just to see what happens. Oh god. Oh, the front. Forgot about that. So let's turn you off for a sec. Get this color again. I think it needs to be a little bit more darker, but... Whoops. Yeah, that color really doesn't match. Let's see if we can get a color that does. I mean, that does technically work. Kind of matches the outfit. But we are going to experiment a little bit. Just to see if we can't get different hues. I'm also seeing an issue. Did I miss some spots? Oh, whoops, did I? Oh, I know what's going on. The fuck? that happen? Can we please stop at this shit? Yeah, when working with transparent clothing, that's where things get kind of tedious sometimes. It kind of confuses you a little bit. Oh yeah, it's part of the clothes, isn't it? Duh. Okay. The skirt may not be the right color. Yeah, I think the skirt needs to be like something different than purple. Remember when I said this would be the fun part? No. This part is never fun. Something like that might actually work. Oh, god damn it. Okay, now let's get a darker hue for the oops, for the belt, or whatever it is, the band. Oh, nope. Okay. I feel like I can live with that. That I can't live with though. What is that? So, we actually do have a color guide for this. It was like bronzes and like golds. Okay, I need that reference again. Makes sense. She is kind of higher stature, I guess you could say. So that's like that's like in the bronze and like brownish colors kind of category. Probably something along the lines of that. Insev is like a dark blue kind of color. Or darker than that. I mean, you really can't even tell the difference. Okay, the center thing is just kind of a light bronzy kind of color. Just a darker hue of that. Again, not really a main focal point, so I'm not too worried about being perfect. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, now the eyeball. Her eye's pretty simple. It's just a bunch of layers. Yeah, it's like a light, it's like a very bright violet kind of color. But I need a front view for that. Yeah, it's like purplish violet. So the base color would probably be something like that. The secondary would be a lighter pink. Seriously? I need a good one. Let me see if the one I download has a better representation of her eye. I've got the colors correct for sure. Oh, perfect. She's got like a diamond pupil thing going on. Hello? Okay, so it'd be like a dark purple. I'll go over that again. Doesn't really match the whole hue in the eye. So let's try that again. Then slightly lighter pinky hue. No. tab I need to be behind. Please. Whoa, okay, let's not turn into Barney. Stop turning into Barney, please. Okay, I can agree with that color. It's just the size. Size probably needs to be a little bit bigger. Okay. And then the highlight for the eye, which would be about right there-ish. Or is it behind the eye? More like right there. Well, definitely want to be there. Okay, then the background, where is it? This one. Needs to be blurred, so it blends with the eye. Yeah, that looks like kuching. I will definitely say that looks like kuching. Okay. That eye actually came out a lot more apparent than I thought it was going to come out. Okay. Now I need to add the background colors. So this would be at sunset. So we're talking probably somewhere in that color. Nope, that looks more like mud. Just can't have it match our skin tone too much because sand is also skin toned. Okay, let's try. That might work. And here we go with the transparent clothing again. That's why it's the very bottom layer, because you have to put that in there as well. Otherwise, then it looks wrong. Every nook, every cranny. Okay. Then the sea would be like a dark aquatic blue. No. Definitely not. Nope, that's more like nighttime. Like, real nighttime. That might work. And then the sky would be okay. This is where it gets interesting. Sunset's a variety of colors. The main hue, though, is reddish orange. So you'd go for something probably along these lines or so. Okay. It's looking like sunset, I guess. There's gonna be a ton of hues, though. Because the main thing we need is a sun. It's also going to be like a mix of colors, like different purples, different reds. Like sunsets you can really get creative with. Alright. Now, we add a sun. So at sunset, the sun is actually that yellow golden color. So how do we go about this? Don't worry. I somewhat know what I'm doing. Oh, what am I doing? There we go. Sunsets are gorgeous, but God, are they a pain in the ass when they are in our work. I just want to be able to spot those lines so I can properly do this. Something like that. Okay, that might actually be a little too not sunny enough. Like more something like that. Sorry guys, camera on my screen. And then basically from there, we would get like a streaky thing going on. All the way to Kuching. Like I'm just gonna try something. Okay, let's try that at a low percentage. Like you guys see what I'm trying to do, right? Was that the play? Probably. We definitely need a lot more sunshine, but we'll get there in just a sec. I mean, it works. It works well enough. Gets the point across, I guess. Okay, now actually giving the sun some shine. Now is where things get a little harder. Nope, definitely not that hue. Oops. I kind of preferred that past the more. This is a tricky process to get correct. And it's basically flick wrist, flick wrist, flick wrist, flick wrist, flick wrist. Because you don't want it to look like a yellow splotch on the screen. Maybe I can...
The guy's supposed to be coming and spraying the yard.
Okay.
If you hear him knock, answer the door, and if it's him time, you'll come get me.
Okay.
Please listen for him.
I will. Okay. Much better. Okay. Now we're getting there. That looks like a sunset. Kind of. Kind of, sort of. I do want to give the sky just a little bit more variation, though. So... I've got to think of how the colors, like, start. They go from lighter... Like, the lighter hues are in the sky, and then the lower hues are at the bottom. I don't know, guys. Let's just go around and see what happens. Let's go orange is red. Whoa. No. About... That does work. I can see it behind Kuching's eye, though. Okay, I think one more hue would do the trick, and I think I want a purple. Oops. That works. Just check I didn't hit kuching in the process. I did. Okay. The heck? How did that happen? Hold on. We've got a problem. I can clearly see that. Yeah. How in the hell did that happen? Okay. So now we have our sunset. We have the reflection on the water. Now we got to give the shore a little bit of a wetness. Let's try something like that. I mean, yeah, that's fine. Okay, now we've actually got to do kuching. So, let's start with the skin. Copy, paste. And in this case, let's see, where do we want to even put this? I could probably just put it right there and be fine. Where did that go? There it is. Okay. So purple or red would probably work best. Or whoa. Because she needs to be dark on one side because of how the light is projecting. You'll see what I'm up to here in just a second. That might work. Again, this is kind of something that we've got to tinker with until we get it. Okay. Okay. You just want a brush for that? Oh, shit. How did I... It's all about just figuring out the direction of the light and figuring out how it all connects. And you just kind of figure that out as you go. And no, this is not the final, you know, result. Right now, these are just kind of placeholders. Okay. Here it's fine. Right now, we're just kind of figuring it out. Okay, the hair. So the color for this one, probably a blue. Like, let's try a dark blue. Now let's erase and see what happens. Oh yeah, you can see that. Okay, we gotta match where the light follows from the face. This is what is called cell shading, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little tricky at first, but once you learn it, it's not that difficult at all. If you watch anime or cartoons or anything, yep, this is definitely a very common way of shading. Okay, I do not know how this is going to behave. Might have to up the opacity of the blue just a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way down like that. Just be kind of subtle. Right now, I'm basically just figuring out where the light hits, where it doesn't hit. slowly but surely giving Kuching some lighting to her body. Okay, then this thing would come down like that over her eye. I'm really liking how the Foxy's coming out, man. First attempt on Kuching, yeah, this looks really good. Like, it looks like the real deal. If someone came up to me and showed me that and said, "Who's that?" I would say Kuching. Kuching from Genshin Impact. And I was so intimidated by this one too, because I'd never attempted Kuching before. I knew she wouldn't be that difficult. I just knew it was, a new character. And sometimes new characters are easy, like this one, or assholes, like certain others that I've done. Lupa is the first one I can think of that falls under that qualification, because good God almighty, was she a pain in my ass. Okay. Feels like there's still a lot of light missing. And I think that's because these guys need to be a little bit more darker. Gotta get that blending to match. Guess we'll just test it and see what happens. The light isn't coming from that way and her head is turned, so I don't think so. Yeah, those are fine. Yeah, this needs to be a different color. Let's go. Usually black is a pretty safe bet. Okay, not black. Okay. Now let's do her clothes. I'm pretty happy with the clothes color. Let's just do this one at a time. I do not know what color I'm using here. Well, for the gold, it's definitely not going to be that. Let's try black. No. Okay, black is definitely not the play here. Okay, then maybe... So I was just getting this to work. Let's try something like that. Still can't see anything, but I think it's just a straight up, yeah, like that. It's there, it's freaking subtle as hell, though. Now, these guys could probably be a black. That kind of blends better, I would say. Okay, it's skirt. Don't worry, I still plan to add more light to it, but we'll get there. No, that color really doesn't work. It's too dark almost. Like, I definitely feel like there still needs to be a little bit more light applied to certain areas. for instance, the amount of like light that's hitting her face does not feel believable. Does that feel better? Wait, is it more like... Second. I think it's the skin color. Just trying to figure things out, guys. Sometimes this is what you gotta do. You just gotta dink around with some different ideas until something happens. Like, it just doesn't feel like there's enough light shining on her, if you get my drift. looks shitty. Okay, let's actually get that curvature correct. I think that's better. The hair is still lacking as well. Nope. What the fuck? Okay, that's already starting to look way better. That done though. Okay. I think I can live with that. Now I think we need to just work on shadows. So let's start with the skin. Okay, that's it. Okay, let's turn that down. Okay, hair next. Seriously? Jesus. Actually, no. Shade would not be on that side. It would be on this side. Because of how the sun is projecting. Okay. Oh, these guys. Okay. This is an airbrush tool. Now I just gotta figure out what the color is. I see that. Excuse me. Okay, I want to say you need to add some kind of... Because this looks too flat, and it's bothering me. But I do know one thing that I need to do. Ow. If I can find them. That's the skirt. Turn, you dipstick. That's it. Still need to add a lighting layer to this one. Just using that one as a default. I might have to do that a different way. I might have to do this one manually. But that's okay. It's not that big of a deal. That'd be under this one right here. Okay. Yeah, I have to add that to the bottom of it. Because it's fully shaded underneath. I think that's why it looks soft to me. Oh, I see one spot where some sunshine could be applied. Okay. I think we're in the final stages of adding just details. Details, extra lighting, blah 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 blah. Okay, so for Kuching, I am going to give her hair just a little more detail because it looks a little too flat to me. So we're going to go about a 2.0. We're just going to go something like this for her hair strands. Let me turn my thing back on. Just don't want to repeat it too much. Let me try a different color. Black's fine. They're supposed to be shadows anyway, so makes more sense. Okay, now this dress looks just a little too flat, so let's give it some depth. I'm sorry if you heard my stomach growl. No, 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 no. No. Okay, that looks pretty good. But we do need more sunshine, so let's give some more sunshine. Okay, so to do that, we need a brighter yellow. we're just gonna kind of... Wrong brush. I need the other brush. No, that's the wrong one. That's already doing work. Okay, let's try that again. Nope, looks like a giant freaking glob of yellow. And that's what you're trying not to do with this effect. This is a tricky one to do. Oh, I'm doing the thing again. Okay, that's a little closer to what I'm looking for. But now what I gotta do is change that color to something closer. Let's blur the outside edge of it. There she is. Okay, now she looks like she's properly lit. At last. Okay. Oh my lord. I need up. I need up. Now what? Now I think we just add some little details and she's pretty much done. So one thing I do like to add, because her hair is moving, for that I would just need to turn this guy off, turn these guys not to max, 40%, 40%. Get a different brush. Too small. Okay, now why are you not being as snappy as you usually are? Okay. Okay, are we fucking serious right now? Okay, that's not bad. Now we just add some sweat beads to her face and the body, and she's good to go. Is that good? Very subtle, but it's there. Turn those guys off. Okay, let's turn the intensity. And I definitely can feel Kuching's pain because, yeah, it's very hot where I am right now. Oops. Yeah, let's just stick on that one. Stage today. I think she's done. Well, as far as I can take it on YouTube anyway. She's not technically done, but she doesn't got much further to go. I think that looks solid. Like, honestly, that looks like Kuching. I am impressed by that. Like, that looks so fucking good. She wasn't as hard as I thought she was going to be. Like, honestly, I was expecting her to be difficult, but no, she was actually pretty minus a few things, she was pretty damn easy. Not difficult at all. So that was fun. I actually really enjoyed drawing that. That was actually a lot of fun to draw. Even though we did start out a little rough around the edges and had some struggles along the way. But yeah, that just comes with our work, I guess. I don't really see anything else that it needs. Besides what I have left to do for my DeviantArt watchers. So yeah, that's elsewhere though. So, as far as that goes, that's done. How long did that take? About 5 hours. Wow. I'm getting good at this. I am getting very, very good at this. Much more faster, much more efficient. Yeah, I would say that's a success. That looks really good. Like, it looks like Kuching, it looks like summer, it looks cute, which is what I was aiming for. Yeah, that looks really good. I am honestly shocked that that came out that well. But yep, that's what happens when you practice, and you practice, and you practice to become better. Well, I guess I'm done. Well, not quite done, but there's not much further to go with her. Anywho, guys, thank you for joining me, and yeah, hopefully you just enjoyed watching me draw Kuching. This was actually a lot of fun. I really enjoyed drawing this character. This is actually a character I could easily go back to in the future, and yeah, because she's not hard. She's actually very simple. But anyways, guys, thank you for joining me, and hopefully you all have a great day. Stay in the shade, drink plenty of water, and just stay safe this summer, because it is freaking hot this summer, guys. Anyways, I'll see y'all later, and happy hours until next time.